You get more and more important to, be a human. Okay, I think I started a YouTube stream. Yeah, that's good. Let me check my Twitch stream, make sure it's good as well. Pretty sure it's fine, but just make sure. Okay, yeah, it says I'm live. Oh, I don't have anyone watching. Yeah. Yeah, but it's live. That's good. Alright. Kind of takes the pressure off of me. It's like I could say whatever I want right now, but then I just remembered I am recording on YouTube. What else were they gonna do? Okay, I'm gonna use the restroom. So probably will put the BRB screen on for a bit. Was there something else I wanted to... Oh yeah, I remember. I was like, there's something I was trying to do. It's a Discord. Let me put the BRB empty for a second. This might be my personal Discord. It messes up the audio too. All right. Let me put a message into my Discord to be. I'd be a nice person. Okay, but I am gonna use the restroom real quick. Sometimes I don't want to put the thing in the Discord. I just want to like, just low key be on stream, but that's just me being a butt. All right, I'm a bear back now. Oh, shoot. Okay. Oh shoot. Okay. I need to get some water. Oh, that's okay though. Let me make sure. Hold on, give me a sec. Okay, I think the cat's actually fine. Yeah, you know, I am gonna get some water though. My throat is killing me. I think the coffee was messing me up. Okay. Let's move this out of the way. Sorry for all the ceremony. Getting ready for the stream. Just trying to get comfortable. Okay, let's start the stream. So, I don't know if anybody's watching right now. Let me see if I have any lurkers right now. Or I'll put the welcome screen up. Okay, at least one person. Oh yeah, let me make sure my YouTube is good too, because sometimes it just crashes out, you know? I don't see it doing right now, but let's just make sure. Okay, oh, YouTube looks good. Yeah, YouTube looks good. Okay. Good. Alright, well, last time I was on stream, I was researching Ada. The Ada programming language. I don't know, man. There's a lot of things I don't like about Ada. One thing that I do want to come back and really research is the Spark. I did kind of do an overview of it. But I think this is probably where my language is heading as far as like the design of it. Like, yeah, and then these like global depends pre-post things, you know, these are interesting. I don't know if I'd write them directly like this, but I'm assuming they had a reason to do this. I know this is syntax, but this in-out thing, I was kind of considering it for a bit, but I realized there's no, like, I can already represent the in and in-out with my current setup, but I can't represent out. But then I really thought about it, and I was like, when do you really need just out? I mean, there are cases, but yeah, usually you don't really need to enforce that, to be honest. And if anything, I can enforce that as like an invariant or as like a contract too. So I think I'm okay with dropping that. I took a look at C3. I might look at C3 today, but mainly what I want to do is go through Odin and yeah, pretty much just Odin. Pretty much just Odin. And I think once I finish going through Odin, I'm going to try and actually start coding for once. So hopefully we get to it. But I guess one thing I'm starting to realize is that all this research has been really helpful and nice. It's been really nice to like go through and see what's out there. But I need to start coding soon. I don't think I can. I have so many ideas on my own that I need to figure out. So I think I need to just start getting something out there and then seeing how the semantics look inside the compiler, you know. Don't update VS Code, thank you. So where was that file that I had all the stuff I was looking at? For like the different programming languages. Yeah, so I was going to go through Odin, Rust, Zig, and C3. So I've already went through Rust, Zig, and C3. I didn't go through C3 super in-depth, but there wasn't really much that was like super unique about C3. There were some interesting ideas, but yeah, it's gonna be more of like I'll probably just go topic by topic. Oh yeah, I was looking at Kotlin though. I did like some of this. Actually, yeah, I was gonna look at Kotlin. You know what? Let's look at Kotlin for a little bit. Yeah, let's look at Kotlin for a little bit. That was the other one that I forgot I was looking at. I'm gonna get to C# at some point, but I hear really good things about Kotlin. I kind of wish they had like a by example section. Something I could just kind of like peruse the syntax real quick. Concurrency, reflection. Ooh, yeah, okay. So let's go through this. I know Kotlin doesn't use okay, no, let's just go through it. So, in this session, you'll find a link to a detailed description of the related topic. Also essentials with the free. Hold on, I'm trying to fix my monitor stuff. Okay, so package specifications should be at the top of the source file. Yeah, it's not required to match directories and packages placed arbitrarily in the file system. Okay, yeah. Interesting. Package declaration. Okay, yeah, that's what I was thinking too. All the content such as classes and functions of the source file included in this package. So in the example is yeah. Number of packages are imported into every alt, annotation, collections, comparisons, IO, ranges, sequences, text. Oh, so those are all packages, huh? They do more of a like a smaller core language thing, huh? Apart from the default imports, each file may contain its own import directives. Contents, loop, package, class, object, and so on. If there is a name class, you can disambiguate by using the ask keyword to look. You can use it to import other declarations. Yeah. Yeah, and there's the alias part. That's cool. I think I was gonna steal the, I was looking at some of the things that Jai was doing. I'm gonna steal a few things from there. Sorry, Sir Jonathan. So I can already do this. This is fine. The message is accessible. Do you need to fully declare it though? You're. Oh. At least the bots are doing something different nowadays. Interesting. Sorry, I thought you were supposed to prevent the bots. Maybe be careful. I don't ban anybody else. And then let me go to caster and see if I can. Widgets, chat. Can I clear the chats? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I wish you would clear. It's just that they're different surfaces for like handling the chat things on the like the display chat. So it's kind of annoying. Really wish I had a unified system for this. Okay, anyways, it's not just an important class. You can also import other decorations. I mean, yeah, I would do the same thing, you know. Okay, that's fine. This is basically importing. Let's go back. So program entry points. An entry point of a Kotlin is the main function. That's fair enough. I don't like how println is just automatically there. I get for ergonomics sake that's kind of nice, but yeah, I don't like that. Maybe I could have like a package that sort of is like a, or I know Rust calls it crates, whatever, package that exposes, I guess sort of serves as like an interface package. It's kind of an interesting idea. And then you could like specifically expose certain things as certain aliases. So that way, like, I could make like a basic package kind of like with Jai. And then that package just references other packages. And just kind of puts them in like a nice single like flow you can like read into. But that would require me to nail down quite a few things. So I don't know. That's an interesting idea though. I mean, kind of like wrangling with the package visibility thing, but I might need to actually design it first before thinking about it. Okay, yeah, and then they have the main args array. Yeah, so I love that syntax right there. I'm definitely using that. The array of string though. Like, the more I think about it, the more I'm kind of cool with the context pointer that Odin and Jai uses. And it might make that whole process of setting up like the memory allocator for this cool. I am kind of the opinion that I think it is important to know where your memory allocations are coming from. The invisible context pointer passed by Odin and Jai does feel a bit like magic, but it does make certain operations so much more easy to deal with. And if I allow default arguments for like things, then I could just set the default argument for like a memory allocation to the context pointer. So I could just call init on something. It'll take in the context pointer, and then we can just like keep moving forward, you know? Yeah, the more I think about that, the more I kind of like it, but at the same time, it does feel like magic, but it might be magic that's kind of worth it as far as like just getting this kind of ergonomics, because the only difference in my thing would be that like here you're passing in an array of strings, you know? For me, it would be like a string slice, you know? Or yeah, just like a slice of strings. Yeah. There's no reason to make this mutable the way it is here. But if you did need a mutable array, you probably would want to call init on it. Print its argument to standard outputs. Yeah, I would still probably import the logging, because I think just having a default print is, I know it's very ergonomically nice, but it's a bit confusing when you probably are setting up your own logging system. I don't know, I like to know like who's responsible for logging. Read from standard input, the read ln. I know there's always those like there's always those like YouTube shorts with the like this program language does logging like this, and then they put the skull emoji on it, you know. Yeah, I don't know. Read line, yeah. This is more or less OS dependent, so we figured that out. A function with two int parameters and int return type. The function body can be an expression. Its return type is inferred. That I saw this syntax before. It's nice. I don't know how I feel about the assignment on this, but yeah, it's very nice. Values, units. Why is it called a unit? Yeah, because they use it like that thing. I suppose. You can declare a variable starting with keyword val or var, followed by variables that are assigned a value only once. These are immutable. That's a weird distinction. Val versus var is the distinction for whether it's constant or not. I don't like that. Yeah, it doesn't even really communicate that to you at all. Yeah, no, I don't like that. And they're still doing the int thing. Variables at the top level. Creating classes and instances. To define a class, use the class keyword. Properties of a class can be listed in the declaration of body. Val height, val length. Parameter. Double. Parameters. Class is available automatically. Yeah, so I'm just doing like a general overview of these languages, and then yeah, I'm gonna go through Odin again too. And then I think once I'm done with that, I'm just going to start going through each topic, and I think I'm going to review all the languages that I've gone through already, like, but just on the particular topic that I'm looking at. And maybe I'll find something I like, you know. Difference between classes is declared by a colon. Classes are... Yeah, I'm not going to bother with inheritance. I know... yeah, no, we're not doing that. Pretty standard comments, yeah. String templates. I've never liked the syntax of it being inside of the string itself. I suppose it's common enough that people do like it, but just a personal preference. It don't really matter. A int, B int, turns an int. Fine. If can be used as an expression. If A, else B. For loop for in item in items. Okay, so they have 4, and then they have the parentheses. Yeah, I might omit the parentheses, but if I do that, I might have to put different keywords for the loop types. That's fine. When is like this. It's basically a match statement. Ranges, how do they do ranges? So y plus 1. You can put a variable in there. I suppose if it's const. Yeah, I probably need to find those semantics pretty well for this. But it's fine, I guess. Check if a number is out of range. Oh, they have built-in semantics for checking the values in a... Right, yeah, that's cool. I don't know if I want to put a whole keyword for that, but... I guess they're reusing the in. That makes sense, though. And they put the steps. Yeah, I mean, I don't like steps being part of the range itself, but if you can put a step in the loop condition, that's fine. That's fine, yeah. Just gotta be careful with those. They can break things if you don't mind the barriers and whatnot. Check if this contains an object using the in operator. Juicy. Okay, so it's kind of like a it's kind of like a qualified statement. It's kind of cool. That's a little original, actually. I mean, I know Rust kind of has something like this, but the syntax is like a little more annoying. Unless you can edit these two. I always love that. Use lambda to filter and map collections. And a little bit of functional programming too. That's cool. Okay. Map it to uppercase, and then for each. Sorted by. Some level of doing this would be nice. Just got to think about the error cases. Nullable values. That's the only thing that is like I still need to think about for the functional styles. If we have an option that becomes a null. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I need to figure out what the semantics of that is going to be. Type checks an automatic cast. The is operator checks if an operation is an instance of a type. Is string. Or is not string. That's a cool little operator. Okay, that's pretty much it. As is your typecast. Or safe typecast. Place for an import. Yeah. The cast fails with the as operator, a class exception to start at runtime. That's why it's called an unsafe operator. So a non-null type. Well, that's why it's called the safe operator. Oh, because if it fails, it'll give you an optional. I don't like that though. I don't like that. Oh wait, it's doing type deduction here. Okay, cool. All right, I thought for a second that it was just an int here, and then like the ints could store null values by default. That would be weird. But no, I'm assuming the return value. This is an optional int. Yeah, that's fair enough. Works execution, class, continue, proceeds step. Yep. Do begins a do while loop. Yeah. Else defines the branch of an if expression that is executed when the condition is false. Specifies the. Yep. Begins a for loop. Declares a function. Yep. Specifies the object being iterated in a for loop. Use as an index operator, check the values. Okay, yeah, we're getting into OP with this. Exceptions here, that's fun. I still want to have some level of propagation, error propagation, but we'll think about that later. True, try for exceptions, type alias. You have to spell out type alias. Interesting. I guess it's readable. And they use the bracket notation. Yeah, I want to see how Odin does that. Annotation. Lambda label, this expression outer scope. Multiple statements in the same line, yep. References a variable in a string template. Okay, wait, I wanted to skip to okay, it's okay. Packages, I already read this. Annotations, yeah, what are annotations? Tags that you can attach metadata to elements of your code, tooling frameworks, process metadata. I've never been a huge fan of annotations, to be honest. Parameters. Allowed parameter types are types that correspond to Java primitive types. This prefix with that character. Deprecated. Argument for annotation. Use the Kotlin and convert it to the Java class. Okay. Use with lambdas. Suspendable. I don't know. Got my thing in the way. Hold up. What is this OP soup? welcome, Zaka. Welcome to the. What did you call it last time? What was the? Maybe I should put that as the title. I'm kind of scrolling up. The language debate club. There we go. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, the OOP stuff. I don't know, annotations like always piss me off every time I see it in Java. Yeah, I'm just looking at Kotlin. Link debate club. It is tempting. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like I gotta make it more formal though. I gotta put on my suit and tie, or maybe put a suit and tie on the cat. These language docs are so hard to write. I wrote like 30 lines in 30 minutes. What makes it like hard for you? Like trying to like communicate like your intention, or like I could see there being a lot of considerations. Depends on like who you're trying to present it to. Oh, Mr. Kobe, yo, yeah, it's been a minute, right? Wait, let me see. Try to see the last time you messaged in here. I don't know if my like data got removed. Hold up. Okay, yeah. That was in November 2025. Oh, it was like half a year, damn. No, for sure, man. Welcome back, dude. Needs to dig into the compiler to verify clear grammar, good examples, good. Yeah, and then. Well, I suppose the rules. I mean, I guess it also depends if you're gonna have like multiple versions of the language too, like V2, V3. Gotta rewrite certain things. But yeah, it's kind of like trying to teach people correctly. Make sure you're not misleading them. I feel that. I remember we met. Oh yeah, we did meet on a Listo stream. Yeah, R.I.P. Listo, man. I wonder what he's doing nowadays. Oh yeah, have you posted your docs, Zaka, or you just been working on it? Interfaces can be declared at the top level. Yeah, I hope Listo's doing alright. Okay, yeah, so they have all of these for... I think. Okay, this is like OOP stuff. For the most part, constructors, yeah, I don't care about the constructor. What is a module? A module means that the member is visible. I do like a lot of the Kotlin syntax, though. Not gonna lie. Very clean. I just hate a lot of the Java isms. I'm clueless on how the web world works. Can I put static website on GitHub.io somehow? Yeah, I think I did that with what is it? I mean, I think it's down now, but I had my docs up like that on let me find it. Let's see if it's still up. For the Cardano, I think I had was it a branch for it, or maybe it was yeah, I had the GitHub Pages branch, and it's got like a million things, but I was using Doxygen. I think I have what was it, like a workflow that uploads it directly to here, and then I think how was I hosting it? Oh yeah, it was. I mean, it's complete garbage. It's just Doxygen. But, yeah. I can just get a link to this. You can just open it, you know. But yeah, it's just straight from GitHub. So I would assume if you just wrote your static HTML stuff here, I forget the actual export process for this, though, to make it into a link. I can't remember, honestly. I did this like a long time ago. Well, I don't know much. He's not been too active online, but I think he's been enjoying his life. Recently, he switched from Discord to Matrix, but he's not been too active on there, too. Oh, for sure. By the way, I gave your project a start. Oh, yeah, I appreciate it, Mr. Kobe. Yeah, I haven't been working on the engine. I've been doing the slow devolving into writing a programming language. So that's what this like stream is. I've just been researching other languages and seeing what they do, you know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Everything's so confusing nowadays with AI. So I'm just gonna keep on keeping on, you know. But yeah, yeah, to answer your thing, Saka, I don't remember how I actually got this full thing. But I know if you do post your docs onto a GitHub page, there is a way to upload it. I think it becomes your wait, what is it called? Like with the pages. I think that's how I have this uploaded. Something like that. Or that's how I got this link, I think. I know it's not the wiki, but yeah. Okay, yeah, it was Mr. Kobe. What is it? He's backing me up. Want to take a look at my small project too? It was kind of born out of me wanting to store a dot file. It came into my command suite. Oh, for sure. Dot file. Oh, yes, I send the link. It sounds so familiar. Dot file. Is that like? What is a dot file? It sounds very familiar. I can't remember. Currently a little broken though. I have to fix little stuff. For sure. I don't know. You're good. I mean, that's like most of my projects anyways. Oh, like a hidden file, like bash or stuff. Like, oh, like, okay, I got what you're saying. Like a hidden file, yeah. But master 3307. Simple bash script that mainly updates pretty much everything in the system with one command. It updates apt, pacman, flax, snap, discord, and other things. Okay, sure. The Linux man, I see. I mean, it's a bash script, yeah. Like dirt. Let's see. Colors, bold colors, background colors, high intensity. Help priority list. User bin. Yeah, it's nice that these Linux things are usually pretty stable, right? The FI of bash scripts. PT. This is the main update command. It updates pretty much everything. So sudo update. Okay, so it calls sudo update. So you would call sudo on this bash script for sure. Okay, C updating. Curl down. Install. This is from the main. Okay, so it should get you whatever the is on the main. Yeah. Sudo that, refresh, snap, Discord update. Okay. So this is like all like pretty relevant to like your system, right? You just want to like automate it. That's pretty convenient. I think I've been messing with like what is it called, the like my current compiler project is just C with what are those called, the Windows .bat files, you know. Bash is so much cleaner though, not gonna lie. Biblo Gamers Official. Yo man, how's it going? Welcome to the stream, man. Welcome. Yeah, Mr. Kobe just showed me he's got like a bash script for updating stuff, kind of like general helping. Okay, a little bit of printf for these things. But yeah, my stream, I'm just doing like research right now for some languages. If you have any questions, just let me know. I'm still writing like a compiler for my language, so I've been yeah, just researching, kind of having fun with it, you know. I want to design my code output very clean always. Feel you, feel you. Oh, for sure. Yes. Nice, nice. Docs are clean, man. Did you use like a static site generator for this, or? Oh, MK docs. Okay, okay, I got you. It feels very like standard. I feel like I've seen this like visual before. This feels very similar to like the C3 docs. Like when I open up the actual docs. Yeah, yeah. Like the feel feels like similar. Yeah. Commands. Okay, okay. This is good. It's pretty straightforward. I like it. Coming soon. Hey, there you go. I mean, it's like a fully documented like product, you know, all put together. Were there any other things you were going to add to it, or like you have any other ideas with it, or is it like mostly done? Okay, for sure, for sure. Like as it comes up, I feel it. Yeah, I always think about getting more into scripting, but for me, it's kind of like as it like comes up for me, I usually need it, you know. Coding conventions, by let's see, multi-program platform projects, placing multiple. Yeah, I try to remember. What is his name? It's been so long since I've seen him. The other dude used to be in Listo's stream. He was making his like assembly, or like the assembly game. He used to pop in my stream a few times, and then I haven't seen him in a while. It tells small stories. Usually when I like something, I feel like it's judged. I don't know. I got you. I always try to make things nice and clean. Sample. I even color coded everything. Oh no, yeah, I saw that with the. It kind of reminded me like CSS up at the top. You had all your colors kind of like set up. On top of the bash file. I like to make scripts that. And actually, just wanted to make this close so I can update it. You have to decide that yourself. Though I already like how it's not. I just use or I had to just use. Oh wait, what happened? Oh, it's up here, yeah. So originally I just wanted to do my bash some extra commands expressions, so I created help with perplexity. Oh, okay, with the AI thing, for sure. I started to learn bash myself. I learned how to create my own aliases and simple functions. So the first thing I did was the apt command. Originally it was just I always try to look on useful, customize. I mean, that's how you do it, right? Find something that you need. You actually I guess that's how like developers do it, right? They have some issue they're dealing with directly in their thing, so they solve it, and then you end up being your first like tester, I guess, because you're the one using it. I feel it. I decided that so I really like how so before I had this repo, I just used the file. Every time I wanted to update it, then you're really annoying, so I just made the repository. Yeah, that's fair. Now I use VS Code for editing code though. I enjoy it. I used to time ago. But then I made this cool. For sure, okay. Yeah. I mean, it's also nice that you're learning a little bit about like the bash scripts and everything too. Like, I think that's the one nice thing about like the AI stuff too. It's just like, and especially like the project isn't like too big, you know. So like you can still pretty clearly see like what's going on. I can kind of see the organization that you're doing with it too. Sometimes when the vibe coding projects get too big, it's hard to remember like or like really learn how stuff like works, you know. Sure, man. Sure, let's go, man. Yeah, I hope you keep making like projects and keep like, you know, like learning more. I don't know. I feel like some of the AI stuff is kind of it's like a blessing and a curse at the same time, you know. But I'm trying to just stay positive about it, you know. Because you can genuinely learn a lot from it as long as you're as long as you frame it right. Names for test methods in tests and only in tests you can use. See, I don't like the annotations as I don't know. There's gotta be another way to do that. You can name something as a constant. Like, isn't val already a constant? Level. Oh, and if you want some timeline type stuff, you can look at the news tab of the docs. Don't you throw? Oh, for sure. Yeah, I might take a look later. I'll give you a. Let me see if I'm logged in. Try to type GTP. That's crazy. GitHub. Or actually, let's just do. Let me drop a star for you, man. And let me see any of length documentation. Okay, good. Okay, so you're kind of using this as like a sort of like a blog of like the positions. That's really good for showing like employers too. If you ever like try and like expose this as a what is it called? You know, like to kind of show employers like what you're doing with it. They can see like a thought process and everything. Names at the top level. I always thought about doing a blog, but I'm kind of too lazy to get into it, you know. Names of top level object properties, which hold objects with behavior. Data should use the camel case. See, I don't like restricting. Oh, well, again, this is coding conventions. So, and then what are the idioms people use? Calling functionality to string default. I'd rather these things not be idioms and more be like language requirements for certain things, you know. I don't like these two int or null things. It's either you handle the null or you don't, you know. I get what they're trying to do with that. It's just annoying. Iterate over a range. Also, yeah, I like my equal sign for this. And lazy property by lazy. Oh, that's actually interesting, huh? That's an interesting syntax now that I think about it. Wait, like maybe that's how you could specify lazy evaluation for like functional programming. I gotta learn more about functional programming. I gotta like take a peruse through like a OCaml or something. It'd be really nice to have like a language level thing for it. But again, I just don't know what my opinions on certain things like closures really is at the moment. Yeah, I agree with the AI stuff and thoughts about it. I hate the idea of AI only code editors. Things are gonna have much less quality, I feel like. Yeah, the AI stuff is a bit it's tough. I guess we'll just see how it progresses, you know, nowadays. Like, I don't know, if it truly gets to the point where like it can establish like security and like proper like architecture maintenance for a program, then I mean, at that point, I feel like it's already doing pretty good, you know. But at the current level, you still need like a human in the mix to not blow yourself up. So like pure agentic coding, I'm not on that yet. I'm gonna wait for a bit. But that is the new craze right now, you know. Execute an expression if null. Yeah, I made a website for my sources for presentation. A little much see. Oh, for sure. I might check in a little bit. Let me see. I just want to like get through. Man, this is try catch thing. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I really care about these idioms, to be honest. Yeah, I just want to get through. Oh, you know, I wanted to see the reflection real quick. Yeah. This is something I was kind of curious about, how they do it. Allow you to inspect the structure of your programs at runtime, functions, properties, the first class citizens in Kotlin. The runtime part required for reflection. Separate artifact. This is done to reduce the required size of the runtime program. Hope I'm not playing this pretty cozy stream. No, you're good. Yeah, I'm just vibing right now. What is it called? Yeah, my goal right now is just to get through these docs real quick. Try to, because again, I hear really good things about Kotlin, but I'm not sold on some of the OOP isms of it. So, as Zaka said. Reference to a Kotlin class. To obtain the reference in class, you can use the class literal syntax. I don't know. Do you what kind of like programming do you get into? I know you showed me the bash scripts and everything, but like do you have any like programming languages that like you really like? I guess that's sort of the the sort of pseudo topic of the stream. I should change the name to Language Debate Club. It's got a ring to it. You know what? I might actually change the name to Language Debate Club. Why not? It's a bit cheeky. I like it though. Just gonna show my private details. So I'll just say coding stream, and then I'll say language debate club. I'll say research stream, code programming research stream, language debate club. Yeah, I like that name. Let me update Twitch too, real quick. Yeah, let me reload this. Okay, there we go. There's the new stream title. Hopefully it's reflected on YouTube. Let me see. Okay, there we go. Language debate club. Perfect. Thank you, Zaka. I'm not not really. I am not really able to really work in a specific one. I kind of want to still get into Python, but I didn't get around to doing it. Oh, okay, for sure. So you're more like I'm just trying to like get into like just get things done, like see the like output, right? Yeah, no, I feel it. No, no, I mean it's completely valid. I guess it was just a very like nerdy tendency of like programmers to get super into like syntax choices for a language, and then you'd see like a whole Stack Overflow fight about it. Mostly in C++ though, but it's fun to watch. When you have a named declaration. But yeah, I guess this is what happens when you put a bunch of nerds in a room. When you have a named function declared as below, you can call it directly. Oh yeah, but yeah, let me see. Oh yeah, it's in German, for sure. For my sources for PlayStation for school? Oh, okay, okay. What were the topics for your school projects? I mean, for your school like assignments? Office programming, home office. Yeah, for sure, for sure. I can't read German, so I don't know. When you have a named function declared below, you can call it directly. Oh yeah, I mean, I saw the page for the presentation. Yeah, but I can't really read German. But what were you working on with these? I saw perplexity in there. Oh, is there a translation? Let me see. Oh yeah, yeah. AI, it was partly used as support. Icons website, icons. Website. Ah, I see, I see. Search engine. Oh, that's pretty convenient. I wonder if the web page, because I don't know how much JavaScript this thing uses. Like, I wonder how scrapable it is. Okay, it's got like proper names for things too. I know whenever I see some of those like what are they called? Like the generators for these things? Oh, there's a little bit of JavaScript. It's always like div city for everything. But this one, they're actually using some of the HTML like things. Oh, okay, yeah, we got the CSS inline. It's nice. Oh, for sure, for sure. I mean, I guess it chose the dark one by itself. I don't know, because I have like a dark mode by default thing for my what is it called, for my browser. So I don't know if it just found a way to do it. It's kind of cool. Oh yeah, you can compose functions. I mean, yeah, functions is first class, you know. Use the dot operator. X dot gets. Wait, so what is this output? I can't modify it. Expected. it as follows. But this seems like full-on reflection. I don't know if I want full-on reflection. Who is a class factory? I'm just trying to see how they're doing. Like if I wanted to just access some information. Yeah, like this one is okay. Okay, so length. That's kind of sort of a meta information about this one. Well, I don't know if I told you that before. I got a pretty neat home server in my own domain. You can see my host actually. Some are turned off. Also, I'm sending a lot of things. I love having a home server plus a domain. Oh, for sure. So, do you host, Oh, okay. Oh man, the AI is 93%. Okay, but everything else is pretty decent. Yeah, what was it like? I remember, was it PewDiePie was going down that route? I don't know what he's doing right now, but I remember he was getting super into like IT stuff, like setting up. Wasn't he like running his own LLMs or something for a bit? But I remember he had like a whole like home server set up. I kind of want to get into that at some point, but I haven't had the chance. I was doing like my CompTIA like IT certifications. I was thinking if I could go back and do those, I might do some like at-home projects like that too. It seems pretty convenient, not gonna lie. Oh, it's off. Ah, I got you. Y dot set to. So yeah, this is full on reflection though. Got my own search client, my own photos manager, my own converter, YouTube downloader, file server, Nextcloud with Office and a whole. Thanks so much. You can play Doom in school with Nextcloud. For sure, for sure. Hey man, like I feel like you're gonna be a shoe-in for like IT. It's like your what was it? When you're applying whatever. Sick. I know, dude, I believe, man. Oh yeah. Hacker news. Sure, for sure. You can use the function as a, yeah, I don't know if I can comment too much on those because I haven't like gotten into it myself. But let's do at some point. Yeah, I'm not sure if wait, the most is getting the runtime reference to a Kotlin class. To obtain the reference to a statically known Kotlin class, you can use class level syntax. Okay, yeah, I was thinking something like this. Like I'm not using classes as reflection, it's gonna be structs, but same idea though. With the same by using the object as the receiver. Oh, okay. Oh, that's actually pretty cool. This actually could be the way I can get like properties out of like anonymous types. Like if you have a particular like object, you can do maybe not the syntax, but like qualify it out and then get the type. And then from there do dot and then like reflect on that information. Again, I don't know if I'd go so far as to like modify the actual like data, but it would probably just be constant information. Oh, the music stopped. Yeah. But I trying to see. Wondering if they. Wait, let me switch my music real quick. Yeah, my music's kind of basic. Maybe not the jazz. Let me see. Dang. It's my last day before I gotta go to work. Kinda had a nice three day weekend off. I was doing some research here and there, but yeah, I really want to get back to coding. This is chill though. Steins Gate. I don't know if I'm feeling the jungle beat. I feel like it's gonna be a bit too much. But the jazz is a little too chill, I'm not gonna lie. I'll play this for now. Like self-hosting, there is endless possibilities. I love it so much. Even my dusty old laptop that has 3 operating systems before being turned into a server. That thing, man. Wait, this is like, yeah, I wanted to play that part. That thing ran Stardew Valley with about 500 mods, and it could barely run. All my memory is pretty much used. 6 gigs in the CPU. 2 cores is used fully when I run an AI on it. Because of I got you. The what is it called? I mean, it is nice to like breathe in life into a device that's, you know, kind of just you know, slowly becoming like e-waste, right? It's always like a good feeling. Yeah, and running servers, usually the main thing is, or running like services is usually just CPU bound. Except for like AI, I suppose. AI would be GPU bound. Well, actually, I don't know. I'm not a huge AI dev. I want to research, because I'm doing my master's program pretty soon. I think I am going to do a specialty in AI. It looks like that's where the industry is going. I want to focus on software reliability though. But it would be interesting to like learn really learn the basics of like how, like the math that leads to AI, you know? Okay, but this actually has some good notes. I'm gonna write these down really quick for reflection. I think I was arguing with the AI about something. about some of the semantics of this. Yeah, the line by contract is a huge conversation I need to get back into later. I'll leave this the way it is, though. I think I was talking to someone about this. But really quick, I want to talk about reflection. Reflection. Or maybe instead of putting it here, let's put it in the actual reflection section. This is my current ideas behind it. Some of the syntax still isn't kind of valid, honestly. This is foo, args. Yeah, like a tick. It's like this kind of syntax. I kind of like this. This is basically the reflection, like operator. But yeah, you could do like reflect and then foo. Also, this is a const. So I'm gonna steal the Jai way of doing this. Yeah, like that. I don't know. I know in like Jai he has like type info struct, something like that. As like a fully declared type. Yeah, I don't know. I'll think about that. Maybe the syntax doesn't matter as much as I'm thinking. Yeah, my favorite teacher that really finds what I do pretty cool gave me this old 2 terabyte hard drive that he has for extra storage, free backspace, and semi long-term storage. Okay, sure. Maybe you'll I feel like I'm gonna come back in a few years. You're gonna have a whole like NAS system. have like a home rack server. I always see the guys that have that too. They always look so proud. It's kind of fun. Yeah, they always seem so genuinely excited to like talk about it. It's nice to see that like sort of energy, you know. Type info. Because I have something like this, where it's like an enum and then like a U8 like this, right? Maybe I'll do type info struct. Or, yes, okay. Like type info and then func. It does kind of steal the function syntax though, but what about like an enum? Hold up. Wait, it's foo args. Hold up. So foo is. Oh, this is like a sugared way of like getting the arguments. So, but then should this be the type though? I don't really think so. I don't know. There should definitely be a way to just directly access like a type's information. So if I have like, let me put this right here. Okay, so I have a struct, right? I have this thing here. Put the equal sign. It is a const. Maybe like this. Or maybe it can be like this struct like that. And then this is sort of like a, yeah, I suppose that's fine, like this. And then if I do allow that, then I can put anonymous unions inside of the type, and then if you need to name the union, just put it outside the type. But you can still access the properties of that anonymous type through the like defined types. Want to see my current right? For sure. Let me see. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. Hey, I mean, like, what is it called? Again, it's like using the, what is it called? Like using what you got, you know? You gotta just get started and get something done, right? Sorry, I'm just thinking about my syntax right now. I'm not sure what I want from this, honestly. Okay, so if I have a struct like this, right, and then we'll just put this. Again, a semicolon thing, I'm not sure how consistent I want to be about that too. But if we have a reflectable struct, right, then I would assume that reflectable struct. If you have the type itself, you can do args like that. Get reflection directly from type. Okay. Or reflect directly from type. Reflect directly from type. And then reflect from variable. That's something I don't like about this like autocomplete. Does that? I'm trying to think of like what syntax should be. So if I make an object from this struct, say I make like a, sorry, but I'm just trying to like, I'm just trying to think. I don't know. I'm like, wait. So if I have var1 and it's okay, and then oh no, you probably want to just define it. So reflectable struct is the type, right? And then if you want to make it a const, you can do like this. And then let's do the aggregate. So we'll do this. It's like the assumed name. That's why you put the dot there. It's like I'm still like the Zig syntax for that. And then dot. What is in a struct? It's like age and float. So dot age is equal to 5. Dot weight is equal, I don't know. It was like a let's do like a 20-year-old. Let's do like 150 or something. I don't know. Let's not think about the actual semantics too hard, or the actual. Let's see. Okay, so how would I reflect from a variable? So I could do var1 and then do the tick. And the tick should know what type it is. Wait, how do I... because I know in Kotlin it's like this and then class and then like dot and whatever. I Um, not a, not a fan of that, honestly. But I was slowing my entire server down. The performance was not good enough to make up for it, so I didn't use it. Ah, okay. I installed the custom firmware Magenta and installed the server also. I don't know, like, I've never tried to run like a, or, I mean, obviously I've tried to run a server in general, but I would imagine on a Chromebook, I don't know, like, how good the OS is at handling, like, server stuff. I've only heard of, like, server stuff on, like, Linux. They usually try to avoid, like, Windows, right? I know they can do server stuff on Windows. They have, like, the IoT version of Windows, but even then it's a little rough. Didn't even have much storage at all. It might have been 64 or 128. Oh, okay. Also, I don't know how much the OS occupies on for like the Chrome OS. Like on yours, is it a lot? Oh yeah. I'm gonna call you ISP. ISP for short. Well, welcome to the stream. You're on the YouTube side, yeah. Hopefully everyone can see the comments on the stream, though. I gotta fix the background for the comments. I like the marquee looking like C-style comments. Oh yeah, the what is it called? I'm still thinking about. What was it? Oh yeah, the marquee. You mean the what's it called? The scrolling. Yeah, man. The compiler I'm running for my language is you know, like C. It's written in C, so we see in over here, you know. It's terrible. But yeah, welcome to the stream, man. What was it? I'm just doing some research on like different languages. I'm writing my own language right now, kind of just going through the list. I've gone through, what is it? Like, let me show you like my like list of languages to go through. I've gone through Rust, Zig, and C3. Maybe not C3 so well. I've went through a few other languages too, like Ada and Eiffel. Right now I'm looking at Kotlin. But my plan right now is basically I'm gonna go through Kotlin real quick. I'm gonna go through Odin real quick. Probably not super intensely. And then after that, I'm gonna continue working on my compiler. The actual compiler does run, but it's the syntax is kind of old. I'm trying to bootstrap the language right now. This is like my current goal. So yeah, I'm just the language transpiles to C. So I'm kind of writing a lot of the internal routines directly in C. But yeah, if you have any questions, whatever, just let me know. But that's just where I'm at right now with the project. Mr. Kobe, what you call it? He's a super like IT, you know. He's been showing me some of his projects and stuff. He's been working on like whatchamacallit, oh, he's been talking about like home servers. He has a few like projects he has online. But yeah, we what's it called? What is it called? I was gonna mention Listo, but I guess that's too much lore. I installed Debian Proxmox on it. I use Proxmox as the OS server management. Oh, okay, I'll get some environment web interface here. I would never give my damn password. Imagine that's the password though. Oh, sure. I mean, it is a long password, so that's good. Oh wait, I think my music stopped. Hold up. Let me take a look. But yeah, ISP, feel free to chill, lurk, whatever. It's a pretty chill stream, so we just vibing. Trying to find some new music. Let's see. I guess I'll play this for now. I'm trying to think. Gotta be careful what I play. Can get kicked off YouTube. Yeah, I suppose this is fine for now. Let's see. So yeah, args. Like, if we're accessing it, I feel like, I don't know. Oh, sorry, I used a bad word. Oh, did the bot get you? I don't know if the bot like restricts like cussing, whatever. I don't really care about like cussing. I guess it's just I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what that bot restricts, honestly. Struct. Is that a good syntax? I feel like doing this should just reflect directly on the type. That might actually be, but maybe that's confusing though. I don't know. Maybe that would be the operator though. Like, yeah, like this basically just says, okay, reflect on the type. Because is there any point in reflecting on the actual object itself, or like specifying it? I feel like it should be pretty obvious from the usage point here. The only time you really need to like specify it is like in here, you know. Yeah, so I would assume here you could just reflect directly on like, not the arguments, but maybe like the if you have a struct, you might have the fields, and then like you can index it like that or something. I don't know. Of course, it would be like a read-only thing. I don't want like full-on reflection. I kind of like that though. So again, like this, because I was kind of wrangling in my head, like if my struct syntax, let's see, yeah, if my struct syntax is like this, right? This is totally fine. But then if I define like an inline union or something, what is it called? Yeah, if I define an inline union, my question was, how the hell do I access its properties? Because you don't have a name to it, right? So that's kind of annoying. So instead, what you could do is, if you need to reflect on that inner type's properties that's like anonymous, you could just use the tick mark directly from the variable or the field, right? So if you had like struct 2, and also I'm gonna do this, something like this. Yeah, it's kind of nice. And you can put struct here if you want, but you can also make it implicit, like this. This is like the default. Just gotta be very careful with this, like what leads to it. Like I would assume like an enum, right, with like a with like a U8 or something. If this wasn't enum, you need to specify it because it can overlap with the structure. But you can kind of assume it's just a struct in this case. But anyways, if you defined like an inline union or something, how would that look anyways? It would be the type like this. You could have like, maybe this isn't a good case right here. Maybe do like this. So like Z is and then we'll do union. And then you just define some union values in here. When was the last time I used a union? Let me see. This is like a variable version, something like this. It's like a reference enum like this, yeah. But to say, of course, it's not real. I'm not mentally ill. Okay, let me send an image. Let's see. Do we want to send this? I called myself saw some people use that as a. Oh, I got you. No, yeah, that's like super late. I'm dead. Yeah, no, I mean, what was it? Yeah, I have no issue with like profanity or whatever. I mean, I fucking cuss, you know. But yeah, I gotta look at those bot settings later. Yeah, I know it's a bit inconsistent with the syntax. I kind of don't care right now though. Okay, but yeah, I was kind of confused. Like, so if I have this like union here, right? Like this. Let's go back to the struct. So you could do something like this. Just put it directly like this. And you don't need to reference enum. You can just define it directly like this. Have a little Oxford comma. It's nice. And like W or something, you know, if we're doing a F32. There you go. Yeah, so my question was like, how the hell do I access information about this union if I put it in line? By the way, you're a black cat. Interesting coincidence. Oh wait, what happened? Sorry for that anyway. No, you're good, man. You're good. Don't stress, my dude. It's all chill. Wait. Yeah, we define it like that. So now if you want to access like this thing's type, you can do like this. Or from var1, I guess. So var2. Struct1. And then this is like a variable. Wait, and then it's 2 dot x. There was this thing from Ada that I saw that I really liked too. With the initialization, you can do like a sort of like a defaults or others case for initialization. I thought that was interesting. It's equal to 2.5 dot y is equal to 5.2 dot z is equal to, and then you can set it to How do we assign to a union? Equal to something like this. I don't know. I'm not super convinced of the syntax yet, but this and then dot okay is equal to 52. And then dot w is equal to like that. And then var2 struct1. And then now to reflect on this type, what you do is you do var2 dot z and then reflect on it like that. And now from here you can like access type information. I think that's pretty good, honestly. And then if you wanted to assign this to something, you could say oh yeah, sorry, I'm just trying to complete my thought real quick before I context switch. Var to like union info is going to be this. So it's going to be type info and then a union is equal to var2 dot z like that, something like that, and then you can get the type info from like that. And then you also don't have to specify this. Also, like this would be a constant, so you have to probably specify like that. And then you could do type inference with it like this. And then now you can like use that union info however you want. Just to anonymous that's info. Okay, yeah, I really like that. Because I own this community with my girlfriend that's called Cult of the Black Cats. It's for a game about cats. For sure, for sure. Oh yeah, I got a girlfriend. Oh hey, for sure, man, for sure. Met her on that very game as I joined the group. Okay, okay. Hey, I'm happy for you, man. It's always nice to be with someone who like shares your interests too. Let me clean this up too. Yeah, congrats, man. Hell yeah. It's nice to see that too, because I feel like nowadays it's a very lonely world, you know? Let me see. Wait, reflect. Okay, I think I like the syntax though. Yeah, that makes sense. You would reflect directly on the type. Like if you have the type, you use the tick mark, and that gives you the type information. If you have a variable, there's no need to specify the type of the thing. This thing is sort of implicit. The whole point of it. So yeah, it directly accesses the type from the variable, and then that gives you access to the type information. Nice. And then we just need to figure out what this actually means, but we'll get to the semantics of this a little bit later. Oh wait, let me go to aggregates real quick. There was something I was wrangling in my mind for a while. I couldn't figure out how I wanted to handle like default cases, but I think this is what I'm gonna do. Default ag. Dot x 5.2 dot y is equal to 24.42, and then I'm going to say default or maybe others. I know Ada uses the word others, so I'll just steal it for now. Or maybe we can use the we can steal the Rust thing. Yeah, like we do like an init like that. Or you can do a 0 init. Or you can specify like a variable, but then that would force everything to be a float. Or you could call it is equal to default. But this would only be relevant if we allowed default arguments, which I thought I needed for a second, but I actually started realizing I probably don't. So, and of course, this default thing only really carries weight in context of like an actual declaration, like if the type information is available. So that's why it's commented out. I'm also not convinced whether like this needs to be a keyword or not. Because again, Ada, it's others. But I definitely wanted to use this because this opens up like a lot of possibilities. Indeed, amazing person. We talk about everything. It's real stable and everything. We understand each other, and if there's a problem, we talk about it in a pretty calm way. Could be luckier. Like I was really lucky. It was a couple factors that would have caused all that to never be like this. For sure. Yeah, I mean, communication is key, you know? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Throughout, I always hate being a person to give, or like, try and like, give like relationship advice or whatever, or like, I always find people do that. It's a little tacky, but I really do feel that communication is key, and I feel like being comfortable bringing up hard topics, that's really important. You know, you also don't want to sweep things under the rug, you know. But again, it all depends on your relationship and how you guys interact and whatnot. So, but yeah, it's a beautiful thing, man. Beautiful thing. Okay, I feel pretty good about this though, because this was something that was like wrangling in my head for a bit, and I couldn't find an answer. But I think seeing the way Kotlin did that kind of like opened like a part of my brain, you know. Yeah, absolutely. I think we're doing pretty fine. Couldn't have his contact for past 7 months yet though. Long distance. Yeah, I mean, sometimes that's how it is, and then sometimes when you finally get to the point where you guys are together, there's times where you still have to kind of be off on your own thing, or someone's gotta move because they have a job or whatever. Yeah, I feel like it all just depends on like how you guys communicate, like your expectations and stuff, and whether you're like people that need to have that like face to face, you know, because some people like need that, you know, but some people like, you know, handle that differently. Right. Let's see. But yeah, again, hope we enjoy it, man. Name-based structuring, where variables match properties based on names of the positions. Yeah, I guess normally it's like positional, right? Yeah, I don't love that syntax, but I do like the idea though. Yeah, the only thing here is like we're specifying like the consonants of it per thing. It's a little obnoxious, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, and they have different based on if it's positional. I don't know if I like that. I wonder if there's a syntax to make that clear, to be honest. I don't like that. I really don't like that. I think this way of like adding features to the language. This is why I don't like macros in general too. I don't like adding features to a language. Other than like, you know, of course, like new versions of the language, you know. But having a flag that introduces like extra syntax. Or wait, actually, name-based. Yeah, like having a flag that gives you more features in the language. I feel like that's like an anti-pattern, or like maybe that's the wrong word, but I feel like that's not the way to go. Because then you really end up with like different versions of like the language. You can really end up in someone else's code base and be like, what the hell is going on here, you know? At least if you start off with like a base language and then you restrict certain features, right? The base language is still the agreed upon base language, right? We're just not allowing you to use certain features, right? But in that case, it's not like you have to add more to like your cognitive load about how to use the language. It's like, okay, we just don't use that here. Sure, you know. Yeah, I don't like that. Personal philosophy thing though. Development, backend development. This is cool though. AI and data analysis, compliment for AI skills, AI powered apps building. I was just wondering if they had like a topic about like integration with LLMs or something. Standard library, coroutines, serialized metadata, benching. Yeah, but as I said, it's pretty stable, and yeah, it's been pretty good so far too. Yeah, go man, you go. Yeah, I'm happy for you, man. Basic coding, idioms, types, control flows. I'm just trying to think of like what I want to. I guess right now I'm just looking at the syntax. Let me see how they do generics though. Yeah, I definitely want like inference for we just need to be very careful. Again, like I need to really set up what it is my policy for like type inference and like coercion. A lot of ways to do that, but I really should have a canonical way of handling that. Declaration site variants. generic interface that does not have any methods that takes t. Like I'm thinking for the interfaces, I want to take a slightly different approach to like a typical like interface. So the typical interface requires you to mess with your source code in order to like conform to a particular interface, you know? Like for a class, right? I was thinking instead of doing that, I would have an interface that is more of like it acts more like a contract in the sense of like, you don't have to modify the class to hook something up to the interface. It's more like, you just define a set of functions or whatever, or like also like type aliases or whatever, that get assigned to that interface, right? And you can either do it inline or you can assign an existing function with a different name to that interface, right? So you don't have to like mess with your class, right? But the idea with that is that you can just set up an interface, and then if the internal code of like your stuff has to like change or whatever, you can just do that, and then you can come back and just look at the interface and still just see like what's our contract basically, right? I always that was always something that I found annoying about interfaces in other languages where it required the name of the function to be exactly the same like in your class as what is the interface like contract. I feel like if you're trying to like mix multiple like interfaces, like if you have like multiple interfaces for a single type, that can cause a lot of friction if they have the same names. So yeah, I like this idea way better. I don't know. We'll see in practice. All right, please banish me from the stream as much as I enjoy. I really need to do a presentation more for tomorrow. I mean, whatchamacallit? I don't know if I can banish you, man. That would hurt me. But I don't know. Whatchamacallit? Cast banish, Mr. That's crazy. But yeah, I do hope you get your presentation done. I can't stand procrastination anymore. I'm too old for that shit, you know. I used to be able to handle that when I was younger. I could like procrastinate a whole project, do an all-nighter, drink a bunch of energy drinks and get through it. But nowadays it just annoys the hell out of me. I'm like, I physically can't do it. But I believe in you, Mr. Kobe. You got this. Well, see you though. I need to be here more often. Like the stream. Yeah, feel free to drop by whenever you feel like it. I've been doing them like once a week for the most part. But I try to post in the Discord like when I go live, you know. But yeah, like if I you know, however it goes, so hopefully I see you around, Mr. Kobe. Oh, they have an out keyword, huh? What the hell? Is there a way to explain this sort of thing to the compiler? This is a declaration site variant. You can annotate the type to make sure that it is only returned when the member is never consumed. What? That's an interesting semantic. What is the purpose of that? Let's suppose that there is a generic interface. Wait, actually, that's interesting. Wait, let me go back up. Let's see. New array list, yeah. again, the more I think about it, the more I'm actually sort of leaning onto the context pointer that Odin has and Jai has. But I feel like I gotta be very careful with that, right? Very, very careful. Most of the features that I've written in are written into the language already. They try not to like do too much magic. Arguably, generics are magic, but I feel like there's a lot of, I don't know. There's ways that you can make it worse and ways you can make it better. You know. That's, I guess, some of their other stuff has somewhat. Yeah, whatever. My point is that wait, did I forget my point? Bruh. I'm going senile, man. Maybe I'll remember it in a second. If lists without variants. That sucks. I had a whole thought I was about to go through. Shit. To guarantee runtime safety, but has implications. Wait, what do you mean? Let's think about why these mysterious wildcards. First, generic types are invariant, meaning that not invariant, it would have been no better than following. Code would not because of exception to runtime. Type dispatch here at compile time. Well, yeah, because that's because you're using OOP for it. Like I get the issue, and this is not a strictly OOP issue. This is like a, or I mean, of course it's not. It's fucking a type coercion. I'm leaning on like the Go stance of like type coercion, where like once it's in the program, you need to specify its actual type. But I'll see. I don't know. A class cast exception integer cannot be cast to a string. Well, yeah. Prohibit such things to guarantee runtime safety, but this has, for example, all method. What's the signature of this method? But then you would not be able to do the following, which is perfectly safe. A subtype of copy all objects to collection string from following. Oh no, yeah, this is. I was thinking of going down like the somewhat of the Rust route for this. Not entirely, but like I still want to use like mostly what is it called? Free functions, you know? I don't want to have a self keyword or anything. I always hate seeing that. I don't know. So there's still just gonna be free functions. And then again, the interfaces are something that you like opt into, right? But you can also write them in line with the interface itself if you want. But then it's referenced as like trait : that function with the particular type, right? So it's sort of like a generic call for like actually like using whatever like trait thing or whatever. But what I mean by like Rust wise specifically is like if like there will be like certain like, you know, in like C++, if you want to provide like an iterator, or if you want to give a class like iterator functionality, you have to define a specific function or list of functions. I forget the name of the functions in C++, but basically you just have to have those named functions in your class, and then at that point you can now access the for loop. I was thinking something like that, but not with like just some magic function that you put into yeah, not just some magic function that you put into like the class, right? Instead you would just set up with like an interface, like there would be like a language level interface for iteration, and then you would just sign up your like object with that interface explicitly, right? And then at that point there's no like questions about like how that works, right? Yeah, I think that's much better. And then for things like coercion, maybe like specific versions of coercion can be implemented using like traits, right? I don't know. That I'm a little dubious about. I'll see. But like here, it's more of like a inheritance thing, or like, oh, like if an object is also a string, then it should be able to do it, but it can't because of this extend, thing, whatever. And I don't worry about this. But my point is, like, if you do have things that like are explicitly convertible between each other, you might have like an interface for the coercion of the type, right? But again, I don't know what my coercion semantics are entirely. So let's suppose that there's a generic interface source t that does not have any methods that take t as a parameter, only methods that return t. Then it would be perfectly safe to store a reference to an instance of source string in a variable of type. There's no consumer methods to call, but Java does not know this and still prohibits it. Oh, I got what you're saying. So that's why we have the out thing. Yeah, I get what they're saying with this, but again, this is more of like a coercion thing. Yeah, something like this, like an interface like comparable or something. I probably wouldn't name it this, but maybe I would. I don't know. But I think I would be very explicit. Like I'd probably have like a specific documentation page where like it shows like language level interfaces, and showing that when you override a language level interface, these are the actual language semantics that change for that like type, right? So you don't ever really need to do like operator overloading. It's more like if you want this particular like functionality out of it, then just implement this particular thing for the interface. I see what they're doing here with the any as well. I think what I'll do is just allow like generic templates, and then I would say there could be like a compiler restriction where by default you can use your any's, and then yeah, there could be a compiler restriction, maybe like module level or whatever, that basically says, okay, we're not allowed to use generic templates anymore. If you want to define something in this scope or whatever, you need to define a trait for it, or like an interface or whatever, right? So, if you need to just write something up real quick, you can still do the thing. I don't know about the any keyword. I'll think about that. I think I just want to put T. That's what everyone writes anyways. But yeah, it's usually much more clear, these type of functions, when you have a specific trait or interface. Oh, okay. Oh, I see. Wait, what is this any then? Use site variance type protection. It's very easy to declare a type parameter T as out and avoid trouble subtyping on the type. Okay, yeah, no. This is just OOP nonsense. T. Again, nothing wrong with OOP. It's just like, in particular, it's just this is just code dealing with the fact that you are dealing with OOP, so it's not really relevant. Upper bound. Type safety checks that confirms for generic permission uses are done like all the time. Refund. Oh, I haven't seen that word in a while. What does that mean again? I haven't seen that in forever. Oh. Yeah, no, just do a trade. It's fine. Okay. Null safety. How do they handle null safety? Explicit constant null on exception. Not cause that. None of that. Suppose that A will hold a value. Yeah. Yeah. They're reusing the question mark. Because then you can chain them. What is this? Treat B as non-null and access its values. Oh, that's kind of scary, isn't it? That's an interesting casting idea, though. Yeah, how are their interfaces? Let me see. Yeah, I don't think I want default implementations for interfaces. I feel like yeah, I feel like it's either you use it or you don't, you know? I get the non-code duplication implications of this, but I feel like it also causes a lot of like the same issues of like inheritance code issues, where like this and also like overwriting too. A lot of like code everywhere where you have to like figure out if there's like a default implementation, you got to jump over there or whatever. I don't know. I think I'd rather just have like an optional declaration. Like it's either you define it or you don't. If you do define it, then cool, use it. If you don't define it, then maybe in the location where you handle the code, like say if you're using the interface somewhere, you just have to handle that case, right? Like in that particular code, right? But yeah, I don't know. Like I feel like it makes too many assumptions. Well, I'm kind of against default arguments too. It makes too many places you have to jump around to try and figure out what's going on. But that's just my opinion. I feel like the interfaces should be like more or less simple, like function declarations and like type definitions in the interface. That's it. Yeah, so like here is just you either you use it or you don't, you know? I don't know. Declare properties and interfaces. A property declared in an interface can either be abstract or provide notation for processors. I know Rust allows like interface inheritance. I don't know. I'm gonna go chat with the AI for a bit. What are the benefits of allowing / drawbacks of allowing interface inheritance? Trait inheritance tense. I mean, I get that it's more expressive, but let me see. Treats seek. No, require only the minimum capabilities it needs. Yeah, but I think that the is a relationship I feel like is a bit dubious. I feel like just like syntax wise, I think I'd rather do like a composition thing where basically instead of this we could just have like, but again, that doesn't change the semantics, it's just a syntax thing. You have this and this, right? Instead of doing this, it's more of like readable. or something. I don't know. I don't know what the syntax would be exactly, but like, you know, like it requires, basically it's just like an internal thing says this also needs to be readable. Yeah. I think the inheritance stuff implies too much. Guaranteed. Let's see. Aggressively stronger guarantees. Yeah, but I don't like these names. Yeah, you get this like OOP tendency of like making it like a streamable thing, a async thing. It's like, yeah, no, that's base blur capability boundaries, yeah, inheritance. Yeah, I want to ask a question. Are there any semantic differences to using a composition position style for interfaces? For example, and then I'm probably just going to use that example it gave me. Yeah, something like this. Or like require or something, I don't know. I definitely wouldn't use that because that kind of fights with my design by contract stuff, but something like that, yeah. Is a transition. That's crazy. What's that? Subtype. System. Implements readable. Implements readable. Can I do this? Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. So the question is, does it alias it? Yeah. Or I guess I just think of aliasing with yeah, that's sort of a key thing with inheritance, is that you can alias the names, like the usages of them. You can use a derived type in a parent type's context. Yeah, no. Semantically, we wouldn't do that. Yeah. Substitutability. May need explicit forwarding declarations. Generic constraints become less. I don't see this being as much of an issue as like it's being shown as, though. Like, if you have particular usages for something, I'd rather it be as specific as possible. And maybe a way to solve that too is like it can be like readable or the other trait, right? So it's a little bit more annoying to like, but at least it's specific in the usage case, like where it's actually being used. The is a relationship becomes really weird really quickly if you're not careful. Doesn't have to. Okay. Yeah, and another. Okay. So, yeah, it's basically just composition versus inheritance as like a concept. But yeah, it depends how semantically I handle that. But I think as long as I don't require like the names to be the same, then I shouldn't end up in that situation where I have like the same name for two different functionalities. And then I have to like rename one of the traits just to get it to work. Instead, I can just do that like sort of association thing. So it's less, that you don't have to modify the class to add more functionality. Yeah, that kind of skirts that whole issue. That's good. The only problem in that case is that you have two identifiers leading the same function type, but I don't think that's really an issue, to be honest. I mean, we have aliases all the time anyways. The real issue is when you have one type and then it's like you what is it? One type and then it leads to like multiple like other types, right? So it's like starting from one then becomes other. So now you have to differentiate the two. That becomes very confusing. That requires like a lot more syntax to get it to work. Okay, but another thing that I'm actually just generally confused about, if I do not, okay, I also do not want to allow default implementations of like of trait interface functions. I was thinking instead you could just make a requirement optional, and that is just handled at its usage point. Whenever the trait interface function is called. What are the benefits and drawbacks? Yeah, I probably wouldn't call it optional. I'll probably put a question mark or something, but yeah. Then usage if supports. Being partial classes mixed in this behavioral inheritance system become capability. No hidden behavior. Execution paths. Every avoids diamond. Nope. Well, I wouldn't be doing trait inheritance in the first place, but okay. Without defaults, no method minimizations. Encourages explicit capability handling, optional. Versus knowledge instead of. So nullable handling, yeah, its capability prevents accidental API coupling. Default methods often become pseudo required. Okay, so give me the negatives. I know. Without defaults, trait iterator next count map becomes impossible. Now every host must also provide count map filter reduce. an algorithm to use. Next. Dozens of algorithms, most are fragmented. Users of drawbles don't actually know. And optional feature checks to flush where code, non-flush where code default often exists specifically to prevent backwards compatibility with guaranteed methods as table layout. Optional may require removable entries. Is optional property of the trait definition or a property of complete. Require distinguish require contract. That's actually a good point. That's probably the best reason against this. Like not having a consistent API, having to like check for the optional every single time is kind of it's straight up annoying. Capabilities. Required trait, discoverable extension capability. Optional functions. Okay, that's kind of what I was thinking too, actually. Flushable. Like instead of what is it called? Having a single trait with optional like functions, you have just separate traits, and then like the interaction between the traits gives you more functionality. Yeah, and then they can kind of stay orthogonal. I was kind of thinking that in my head too before I saw that, so removed from very small traits. Yeah. More boilerplate, more capability porting, potentially fragmented APIs. Okay. Okay, so if I use the alternative, I think I need to try to think about like bigger questions. If I use the alternative option, no optional, just small traits. How could I replicate defaults behavior needs in that scenario? I just want to see like how gross it gets. And the usual is move reusable traits behavior out of the trait into ordinary functions modules. Actually, do next. Interests me how much power externally. I just want to see it. Oh, readable. Writable. Readable read. Writable. Consider what operates. Reuse normal default. No inherent property. Instead of iter.count, Oh, yeah, I don't care if that's an issue. I mean, that's literally what I'm doing anyways, but that's literally the main issue, then I don't care. Yeah, yeah. So it's basically just saying a lot more of the groundwork just falls on me. Okay, wait. Hold on, I think I may have sucked into the always positive AI, you know. So I'm trying to think of like what are some of the implications. Yeah, I suppose you could get away with that. So if you have a default behavior, you just define that as a function, and then you say if it does have that trait, then yeah, it's kind of like the concept system in C++. Yeah. Hey yo, how you doing? Oh yeah, hey, yo, Mr. Cave Goblin. I'm doing alright. Welcome back to the weekly stream. I guess it's a weekly stream nowadays. Yeah, I'm doing alright. How about you? How's your week been going, man? Just thinking right now. Yeah, I don't like this override thing. What would be the alternative for override? I don't think I want override. I feel like if you need new functionality, just write it. Yeah. Life's been okay. Sure. It's been moving along. Yeah, I've been a little bit little out of it, a little disillusioned with AI, but I think that's everybody nowadays. It's confusing. Oh yeah, I remember you were working on your schoolwork stuff, right? Yeah, I probably shouldn't assume that's everybody. Also, I'm failing my Russian class probably. Oh yeah, did you like submit an assignment? Is it no, it's not looking good. String dot truncate. I wonder if there's a way to advertise like which traits are relevant for a particular like type or a particular context. There's gotta be some way to do that, honestly. I feel like if I'm doing sort of like a UFCS like pattern for these types of things, then it's just on me to reflect that information from how do you say, like back from the compiler and back from the LSP servers and whatever. That's the main thing. As long as it's discoverable in some way, it can just exist wherever it needs to in the code base. Oh, there was another concept in Ada that I loved. It was this like subtyping thing. I might steal that because that was actually kind of where I got my inspiration for my enums. Or like I was thinking about that independently, and then I saw that Ada actually uses it, and I was like, oh, sick. Where is it? Let me see its subtype. Yeah. Two access types. Let's find subtype. Remember, there's a keyword for this, right? Oh, is there not a keyword? I could have swore there was a keyword. Maybe they changed it. Overload assignment, for example. Now you can only define by defining the assignment. It's not possible to. Here the compares the dereferenced values, which matches our expectation of that. Libraries allows us to create reasonable replacements when required. How is the weather over where you live? It's pretty hot. Yeah. I mean, I think yesterday it was actually pretty good. But yeah, I think a few days in a row last week it was like 100 degrees, 105 for a bit. I mean, I live in like a high desert area, so it's kind of expected. I'm pretty sure it'll get hotter in the summer though. How about you? Is it hot? Is it cold? No limited discriminants. Okay, they really get into it with this, huh? I think this is like access stuff. I don't. Oh, I started with data. Yeah. I suppose. I'll just ask the AI. Can you explain subtypes to me from Ada? It's not inheritance. It's a constrained view of an existing type. You start with a type, then define subtypes. Separate non-inheritance, they are constrained versions of the same underlying type. This is not a conversion between related types. It's the same base type with additional constraints. Conceptually, define typing. Yeah. A new distinct string type identity. Oh, okay. That's that's an interesting distinction. Yeah. But I like that though. I like that idea. Like having like a subtype where it's basically like a subset of the either like functionality. Like that would actually solve that enum problem for me. You could just use a subtype, and then you could it's basically just the same enum, but it just restricts its like capability. It's still based on the other type. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how semantically that's all going to go through, but that's an interesting idea. I like that. It's not too warm, but not too cold. But the wind is kind of. I got you. Sometimes I kind of forget what the weather's like. Because I'd be in my room. I sleep in the daytime too, so I forget what the weather is in the daytime. This is an interesting idea though. Delegation. To and how it supports it. Interface based by delegating all this to a specific object. Overriding delegation. This is more of a pattern of anything, huh? Print message, print line. Wait, what is the delegate pattern? Let me see. Let's see. Well, I mean, what is it called? The are you almost done with your semester? Keep going. I know those things can kind of it can drag on. This is about the time where I think semesters end, right? I don't know what the time frames in Europe are. Sure. Are you gonna have classes in the summer, or are you gonna be able to chill? Yesterday was the last day for control work. Oh, okay, nice. There you go. Yeah, I think my girlfriend's classes end in like 2 weeks. I don't know. Those ending dates are all over the place. But yeah, I hope you're able to enjoy your summer though. Those summer vacations always went by too fast. But yeah, I'd be home playing video games all day with my friends. Not get members look at object. Will access information of the interface members. Oh, that's a delegate pattern. Okay. We'll use your override set of those in the delegate object if you want. Print message would print. It's called. That way to not get called from the members delegate object. It's implementation of the interface members. Yes, I'd probably just break it up into smaller bits, yeah. I don't have a lot to do on summer break. Hey, let's go, man. But I should work on a school project for 8th grade. I got you, I got you. Hey, for sure, man. Let me see. Inheritance. Wait, I think I'm. Oh, the music actually ended. That's crazy. Sorry, I'm just trying to think of like, uh, what is it called? Is there anything else I'm like forgetting here? I am going to use the restroom real quick. Living with micromanagers. Oh my. Let's play this for a bit. All right, I'm gonna use the restroom for probably like a minute or so. Okay, I'm back. At least I can almost say anything for the project. Oh, for sure, for sure. And I mean, you got time too, right? I mean, I don't know if that's over the summer break, right? Let me see. Oh yeah, sorry the Discord isn't super like lively. I really haven't put too much thought into the Discord to be honest. So yeah, but I don't know. Usually not much going on there. I have ideas for the Discord, but I just not the place where I was doing that kind of thing yet. I love that. Okay, anyways, delegation. Use your over and those. Delegate it if you want. What? Okay, wait. Let me see the delegate pattern. Object return that allows object to achieve the same request by delegating to a second object. No context with language support for applications. So, okay. Window. Yeah, you could do this without OOP stuff. Yeah, we could definitely do this, not having to do OP. I already kind of thought of a design. Might even be more straightforward, to be honest. Functions, lambdas. Oh yeah, how did they do lambdas? I wanted to see that. Function.fold. Is this the capture clause? Two arguments and returns the value of type R is inside the for loop and returns the sign later. 0 and then like a lambda. They go first, followed by, yeah. Okay, so if it's just a block, it's just a block can be a lambda. Okay, and then I'm assuming it's just implicitly capturing things. That's an interesting approach, though. A lambda literally can just be a block, huh? I mean, I suppose that's all a lambda really is, huh? Yeah. And then the default is to just capture. Maybe that's a fine default, to be honest. And then you can just restrict it, like the lambda. Oh yeah, I mean that's basically what a block is, huh? It's kind of combining. Oh, that's interesting. Blocks and lambdas kind of become the same thing, huh? At the core of it. And then you could have like an explicit like capture group, right? I don't like. I was thinking of the Zig syntax for capture groups. I'm like, nah. But that's an interesting approach, though. You could have. I never thought about it that way, but that's kind of cool. Like, hold on. Because if you think about it, like a block that implicitly captures everything around it, that's basically like a little functor, you know? It's got its own little scope, right? Everything dies in and out of the scope, right? You can add explicit parameters, right, to it. So you can say like, you know, whatever A is I32, B is I64, you know? And then you can add like a capture group, which I guess I'll just steal the Zig thing for now. So we'll assume that C and D were captured values, right? And we'll assume capture by reference. I don't see the reason to capture by copy. I don't know. Sure. Alright, sure. Thanks for dropping by, Cave Goblin. Hopefully I'll see you next time. Sorry, I don't want to be presumptuous, so. But yeah, have a good day, man. Yeah, you can have like an explicit capture group. And then once you add the capture group, that restricts it. And then you can also have a return value. I32. Yeah, all of these are sort of independently required, right? Like you could just not have the parameter bit, but still have the capture group. You can not have the capture group. That's a bit weird though, to just have a return value. You do that to make it more, I suppose if you're going to have a return value, you should at least put this, you know? Or the captures at least. But if you do have an explicit capture group, then that means it restricts what actually gets captured here. You could upgrade that to a like a function call, the arguments, you know. But also this sort of slowly changes like what we mean by like a function though. Oh yeah, that's interesting. Yeah. I mean, because you realistically could just pass in a an expression. That would be the same thing as doing like one of those. Yeah, I don't know. That's weird. Let me fix the music real quick. Got your back. Welcome. Have you been in the here before? I feel like wait, let me check your viewer card. I don't remember. Okay, no, yeah. I was like, name sounds familiar though. But yeah, welcome to the stream, man. Welcome. Wait, let me get the music real quick. It's a bit quiet for me. Do I want to play that? I'm gonna go back. Let's see. let's skip here. Okay, yeah, I like that one. But yeah, welcome. So the stream, I've been, I guess like I should explain what I've been doing. I've been working on some like, on like my own programming language, you know, as you do. And I've been doing like research on like different programming languages. So right now I'm kind of looking at like Kotlin. Just looking at the syntax, you know, been chill. Do you have a Discord? Yeah. If you're on Twitch, there should be a link in the description, unless I forgot to add that. Let me see. Hopefully it doesn't double play on here. Yeah, as a Discord link here if you want to open. Oh, nice. How long are you programming? Like in general, was how many? What year is it? It's 2026. I've been programming for 4 years. Yeah, about 4 years. Yeah. I switched to like computer science in university. And that's when I started like programming or whatever. I was originally working on a game engine. Still like, you know, inching towards that, but yeah, like originally when I started the stream, I was showcasing my like Cargano engine. I guess they don't have my link on there. It's kind of annoying. Hopefully, like we type in Cargano, my engine pops up. Hey, it still does. Yeah, that time flies, you know. Time flies. But yeah, this is the engine. It was written in C++. I just got Pong working, but there was like networking working. You could like, you know, use the editor. I think there was like a UI editor. There was like a what is it called? It's like a particle editor you can use in there too. And it had its own little scripting language, but now that I'm like doing language development, I'm like, that thing was like garbage. But yeah, this was like my main project for a while. Yeah, it was a good time, you know. Yeah, I think I just got annoyed by C++, so that's why I'm like here writing my language. I've been having a lot of fun like learning different languages, you know. Oh yeah, if you want to check it out, like you don't have to, but it should still compile. So if you have, I believe, I don't think the Linux build works on main, but I think, oh actually, you know what, I think it is in a state where it's sort of broken right now. so I guess you can't. um, yeah, that's unfortunate. I could run a local demo of it though, if I could find it. I think I put it in my temp folder. I haven't opened this up in forever. Damn. I'm not into game development. I tried, but not my thing. Yeah, I mean, fair enough. Is there what's your like oh yeah, well, you didn't tell me like if you were like developing, like what's like your what's your focus, yeah? If you have any like projects or whatever. Let me see if I can open up the oh, it's like cybersecurity. Oh, sure. How has like how has like the cybersecurity like market and everything like been? I always want to get in cybersecurity, but I never know like where to start, that kind of thing. Intermediates, exports, projects. Okay. Hopefully it doesn't fail. Yeah, I know cybersecurity can get deep as hell, like super deep. But again, I don't know how the current landscape looks. But yeah, this is the engine. It is in 3D, but I was using it to write like 2D stuff. I wrote everything here was done like pre-AI, so like it was all like handcrafted, you know. What does it call that? Let's see if it still runs though. Kind of loud, yeah. Yeah, it uses like I'm GUI. I did a lot of work to kind of write my own like layer on top of it. Yeah, I got a little particle. I mean, it's just long, you know, nothing crazy. But yeah, it does work on the multiplayer, but I haven't like tested it out in a while. I think the last thing I was doing in the engine was like trying to get it to run on Linux so I could like run it on like a VPS, or is that the term? I forget. You know, when you get one of those like online servers and you can post your software on it. But yeah, I never finished like the Linux port. Yeah, I'm Gizmo. Oh yeah, you said you work in cybersecurity, so but yeah, it's like a library for this kind of stuff. I always want to learn how to do this like matrix math myself though. But yeah. I'm not gonna showcase everything here unless like you're curious, you know. But yeah, that was the engine. I do bug bounty with tools since 2019. Oh, okay, sick. Oh, how is the bug bounty? Bug bounty's been? Have you has it been like good income source? Are you planning to set up a home server rack for your projects? Well, I was planning on like still like hosting it online first because I don't really want to expose my like IP or anything if I'm gonna do like networking stuff. Like right now I could technically play online like me and you with the game, but I would be like exposing my personal IP and everything. I could do like a what is it called, like a VPN or whatever, but I just don't feel like setting all that up right now. No, Bug Bunny is trash, but makes fun. Look, I mean, hey, I mean, also I heard a lot of like the Claude like mythos stuff going on. I don't know. AI is such a big topic nowadays. But yeah, I heard it can find certain bugs and stuff. in Germany, hardware got extremely expensive. I got you. I got you. Wait, where is? Yeah, over here. Well, I'm in the U.S. It's still just the RAM prices are ridiculous. I think hard drives are ridiculous too. Um, I haven't checked the GPU market, but I think I heard it's kind of bad too. I haven't looked at it in a while though. Let's play some of this. So when you're doing I mean, I know like for bug bounties, right? Like, I guess it depends on like what domain you're working in. If it's like web or system software or whatever. I know there's like different. Okay, well, I don't know much about the field, you know, but I know there's like websites like try hack me, right? Where you can learn like to do like what is it called? Red Hat or pen testing. But yeah, I never got into it, but it really sounds like super interesting though, and especially some of like the software stuff. I know people get into like reverse engineering stuff, and like they get into Ghidra, you start seeing like all the assembly breakdown. That stuff always looks insane to me. Yeah, we're not dealing with exceptions. Yeah, I want to see type aliases, how they do this. Nested type aliases? I don't know about all that. I mean, like what, like a type alias on a type alias? I suppose that's fair. Do they have distinct aliases? That's one thing I'm thinking about. Provide alternative names for existing types. For generic types. The corresponding underlying types with the added type alias predicate, and then yeah, it can always be used exactly the same. I mean, yeah, that's what you would want from an alias. I was just thinking of like distinct aliases. I know Odin has that for like integers, and then I think yeah, Ada takes that like another step further, which I thought was really interesting. So the methods you learn on these sites are methods. They are 99% of all scenarios not possible. Wait, so you're saying like it does cover like a lot of the methodology for cybersecurity, or I just got confused by the wording. Sorry. Array of, yeah, no. Kotlin allows you to like add like heterogeneous types of this kind of thing. I'm not doing that. If you need heterogeneous types, just use a union. It's more memory stuff, but at least it's not. I don't know. Some of the stuff just encourages so much like pointer invalidation. I know in some cases you need it, but I don't know. It's just annoying. Race to collections. That's an interesting thing. Basically, it's like someone teaches you to hammer a nail in a plank, but you need to build. Oh, I got you. So like most of the rest of the process is basically on you to kind of find how to do it. I mean, I suppose that's fair, yeah. I always kind of figured like if I am able to get to the point where like for my programming stuff, like I don't know, like my current thing is like like this compiler that I'm writing is a transpiler to C. I want, I mean, of course nowadays like it's tough to like really say you're making a commercial product with all the AI stuff going on, but if I were to take this more seriously, I would probably just use the C transpiler portion of it and not worry about my own backend. But with that being said, I really do want to learn like how the backend of a compiler lowers down, and then like the linker stages and everything, and how to like not use LLVM, like properly just write all the optimizations myself. That just sounds like a fun learning experience, you know. I don't know. It'd be interesting to see that like that whole process all the way down to the translation into machine code. But that's just because I like seeing everything, you know. But I'm kind of hoping, or I don't know. My understanding of like the software stuff translates over to like how to discover like vulnerabilities inside of an application. Because of course, like a lot of the vulnerabilities that I'm aware of are like, you know, just missing invariants, you know, time, like concurrency issues, you know, like time of usage versus time of like, you know, do like memory buffer issues, you know, running into the function stack, or yeah, you know, arbitrary like code execution, like all of that, like it makes sense in my head, like I get it, but it's like just viewing it from like, the penetration aspect of it, I always get so confused. Yeah, very, very tricky, but with time it goes. I stated with 13, and the real thing I made was 3 years ago. Oh, yeah. 3 years means 4 years between beginning and the first reel. I don't know how it's called in English, but the first reel. Yeah, let's see. What is that? To English? Oh, English. Scope of application. I see. Maybe it was 3 years ago. The first. Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, I always love just writing software that's like over scoped, and I don't know. I know people say to like write small stuff to get like a resume or whatever, but I feel like there is something to be learned from diving into like a really huge application and the architecture decisions you need to make with that. But again, I'm kind of looking at it from more of like a hobbyist, like, you know, like enjoy the ride kind of perspective. Yeah, true. Very true. I mean, unless you're like a top tier gamer and you're making money. Sounds like a good time. Okay, yeah, they do this like Rust thing, where the final value becomes the return value. I know there's another guy in the stream, his name's Zaka. He's been pushing me towards this, but there's something inside of me fighting this. I want to put a return right here, or like a yield or something, or like a break. I think Zig does the break like this, but this makes no sense inside of a conditional statement. Yield, I feel like this has the best, like, is the best name for this, but it already is conflated with coroutines. So yeah, it's kind of annoying. Everything else is kind of like a noun. It's kind of confusing. Every week I say to my friend, start programming, but he's playing games and small things like CSS is for him like rocket science. Well, I mean, I'm sure he'll, well, I mean, I don't know. I know it's like it's a process, you know. I think when I started coding, I think I did HTML and CSS. That stuff was magic to me. But that stuff was so fun. I guess it's I mean, because it's arguable whether HTML is a programming language in the first place, honestly. But I know people say it is, but I don't know, it's so forgiving. But I think that's also why it's such a nice place to start. Until they discovered they can get everyone. Nah, no. I mean, nowadays it's like hard to find it with the AI. But no, I feel you. It was hard, man. They have match statements on strings. I feel like encouraging that's kind of dubious, but I get where they're going with this. Enum class. Okay, I hate this so much. Why? Enum class. Fucking OP, man. Why would you take that from plus called enum? In 1 to 10. That's a cool semantic though. In this, and this becomes the sort of like a boolean. I would just specify the range directly though, because you're comparing them directly. Especially if you want to have exhaustive ranges. Oh, you know what? Actually, sorry, I just had a thought to myself. Oh yeah, so this is like the language doc. So again, for the source, I do already have a lexer. The parser working. Too many lines of code, but it's all written in C, so everything has to be super explicit. And then I have a code generation step. I don't think this one's super long. Oh, never mind. It's like 2,000 lines. Yeah, I'm hoping once I start bootstrapping the compiler, I can, so like some of the coding techniques can reduce this by like at least half of this lines of code. Yeah, I'm doing a lot of. I know a lot of languages tend to not use an if statements. I might have like a sugared way of doing this, but I don't know. I'll see. My stance on like error codes is still kind of like, you know. Okay, wait. What was the thing I was just thinking about? What was I looking at? I completely forgot my idea. That's unfortunate. I was gonna write something down. Okay, but I mean the conditionals are pretty straightforward though. Right, yep. Oh, okay. I guess this is fine because the arrow is not being used in any other context. Yeah. Okay, so we kind of have like the Rust style. I forget what they call this, but it's like the pattern and then the well, I forget what they call this in Rust, but yeah, you kind of need that if you're doing like pattern matching versus like an additional predicate to check against, you know. Yeah, arrays are pretty simple for that. Breaks and continues. What? What? Any expression can be marked with a label. Oh. I kind of like these labels, actually. Okay. I know Zig does the colon, but... Or the... Yeah, colon, yeah. But that... I think that fights with my stuff too much. I might just use the @ sign. I just feel like the @ sign is so overloaded with the annotations. Run is a keyword? Oh. Oh, this is how they handle it as a lambda. Okay. Okay, I think I'm good with Colin. So, I think I've gotten a good enough understanding where I can come back and compare it, you know. Let's do Odin Lang. This is gonna be my final language. I'm gonna like run through just casually. And after this, I think I'm gonna start coding again. Isn't that nice? And the famous Hello World project. So yeah, this is a constant proc, and they use the proc procedure keyword. I don't like that, but it's your language, man. Especially if a procedure can return a function, return a value. That's very annoying. I do love this though. Oh yeah, Odin decidingly does not have semicolons, huh? Interesting. Okay, you know what? Let's see. Arguments for and against semicolons. Because I've just been using them because I'm so used to them. But let me see. But they affect person strategy, readability. Yeah, there's a lot of semantic. Yeah, so that's what I'm trying to figure out. Yeah, because then you can kind of put things on new lines, and you don't have to worry about whether the new line's going to cause a weird misinterpretation of the statement, you know. Yeah, this becomes an error And then this becomes, well, potentially, how they handle it. Yeah, I mean, I don't really care if it's visual noise, to be honest. Boilerplate typing, yeah. Yeah, it can become frustrating if you're not used to C-like languages, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, again, like if you're gonna do it, just commit, you know? That's like a important if parser can infer boundaries well. I don't like it. Don't suggest that to me. Optional semicolons. Okay, no, I'm still with semicolons. I think all of the benefits, like if I remove it, my parser is gonna get way more complicated. Basically a rewrite of the tokenizer. Not entirely, just certain parts of it need to change. Your business slides to 0 by default. Okay, so should there be default initialized variables? I think so. But the default case will be like a 0 value, similar to Odin. So yeah, that's entirely fine. If it's equal to something, then you'll do this. Use type deduction. Gotta be careful with type deduction. Gotta be careful with type deduction though, or inference with the literals. There's a lot of semantic choices to be made with that. Int equals hello. I don't know how much I care about this little like single line thing, especially for like the structuring too. I'll see how that's gonna work. I do plan on supporting destructuring, but I'll see exactly how I'll do it. I mean, this is literally a literal, right? So I suppose this can depend on the actual context in which it's used. Yeah, this is gonna have interesting implications at comp time. Get any of the length procedure. Yeah, but then length feels like this like magical thing. I get what Odin's going for with that though. At least everything's consistently sort of like a function thing. There's no magic surrounding it. Yeah, I'm gonna close this too. Engine. I think this string can be found using the built-in proc. Because the alternative that I was thinking of was like basically a trait. But I suppose that's fine, yeah. This is just a syntax for accessing it, isn't it? Yeah, I'll see. Numbers, I'm going to use my tick marks because I'm so used to it. Just a personal preference. Are untyped, which means they can implicitly convert to a type. Yep. Okay, constant declarations. Constants are entity symbols that have an assigned value. Yeah, so he definitely took the syntax from, I don't know if Pascal had it, but definitely Jai had it too. Yeah, I'm definitely using that as well. Yep, I'm using import with like submodule imports plus thing, but you have to give it an alias. But you have to assign it to something. You can't just do an import. Just implicit imports are terrifying. Yeah, and why is the alias on this side? That just seems inconsistent. Yeah. All declarations in a package are public by default. Be accessed outside this package. Make an entity private to the file and set it to the package. Private to the file. Yeah, I'm definitely doing the Jai method for this that Zaka suggested. That's better. Control flow statements for statements. I do like the lack of colons here. I don't know about the for loop, but of course, semantically, yeah, we would want these. For is infinite loop. I don't like the like. I'd rather just be called loop then. But you know, again, it's just little naming preferences. It don't matter. I do definitely agree with this though. The fact that the arrow, you have to choose one or the other. You can't just have a implicit one. And yet, I think that leads to confusion. The in, yep. Fair for this kind of thing. Defer, delete this, sure. A second index value can be added. One thing I don't like about this is that, like, I get that we're providing the index, you know, but it kind of implies sort of like a destructuring here. There's gotta be some other way to provide the index without like fighting with it, you know? So this literally would have like a destructured key and value, you know? Yeah, I don't know. I'll think about that. Assert type of character is equal to rune. Type of operator. Yeah, I was thinking instead of like this, you could just do the tick mark. And then that'll give you the type. Like, you could do int, right? Or you can do like a var with a tick mark, and that gives you the type of the var, right? Or you do like int tick mark and then access some like property of it, right? But internally, that would just be an interface, right? Yeah. Well, actually, now that I think about it, I was kind of feeling like I was wasting my time going through all these languages. I was like, oh man, but now that I'm like, now that I'm here and I've looked at so many languages, I feel like my ability to like discern certain things has changed. I think I'm really gonna be able to discern things once I it's mostly just syntax at this point. I feel like once I start writing my language, I can really discern syntax, semantics more. But yeah, it's gonna come from actually writing the language. Yeah, so yeah, I wouldn't really need a type of operator. I could just do the tick mark as a short. I guess I could have both. I don't know. Tick would just be a shorthand for it. And second index value. Slices by reference. Yeah, because this is sort of like a what is it called? This is sort of like a closure syntax. Oh, that's probably why Zig went with the closure syntax for this, just to be consistent. Yeah, I always thought that was weird in Zig, but I see why they did it. I don't know if I agree with it, but I see why they did it. Can be iterated by reference, but their keys cannot map keys since map keys are immutable. Yeah, that's completely fair. Feature dynamic literals. Iterated by reference. Keys are immutable. Yeah. Dynamic literals. Again, I don't like enabling features as an optional thing. For loop unrolling. The unroll director takes a for loop and expands it at compile time to the individual. Statements repeated for as many times as it wants. Or provides the ability to repeat a set. Sounds like okay. I see what you're saying. No. It's like something you'd let the compiler handle, but what do I know? If x is greater than or equal to 0. Okay. Add multiple statements to the if statement. Okay. You can declare if x and then I don't like that. I get that it's more convenient, but it's like locally scoped or whatever, but yeah, I don't know if I like that. Declared inside an if statement are also available to any of the ifs. Yeah. This I don't know about the case part of this, but I do love this. Like the fact that you can like kind of just like list them all like this. But of course, since you can't do that, you kind of lose some of the pattern matching stuff with it. But I think I'm fine with that. Okay, and then the ranges, and then you decide here if it's a parcel switch. I don't know if I like that these hash partials actually change the functionality. I don't think I like that. Yeah, I don't know. Defer statement. Okay, and it's from the scope. And then I would say you can put labels on things, and then you can just reference that label, right? So you can defer to the whatever the scope needs to be, you know? Yeah, I guess Zig, I think, just assumes you're deferring out to the function call. I think this is better. It gives you more granularity. Foo, yep, it's constant. Yeah, I agree with that. Oh, they use the when. Okay, so this is their switch statement. Okay, and then they have a traditional switch, which I suppose, yeah, and then add labels to this. Yeah, it's just I think the label thing is gonna. Oh, but then you could reference. Oh, that's interesting. Break exit. Oh, the exit kind of becomes a variable, huh? I mean, not really, it's just a label, but like the way it looks like that. I don't know. Interesting. A continue statement starts the next iteration prematurely. Nothing in here is like fundamentally changing like how I think about this stuff, but yeah, it's interesting. Fall through. Okay, that's fine. Procedures. Yeah, that's fine. You just can take 0 or many parameters. Yep. Consecutive parameters. Share a type. You can omit. So, I guess. I guess the context variable is kind of like a captured variable. Oh, that's interesting. Mutate the procedure. Yeah, fine. Yeah, how do they handle shadowing? So mutate the procedure parameter. I can see. First copy is required. This can be done through shadow. Okay, so. I think it's fine to modify the like I get what you're saying here, like, but yeah, I mean, like, okay, actually, wait, let me think about it. So if I declare this as a const, is it taking in a reference in this case, or no? This is declaring a new variable with it initialized. If you need an actual reference, then you would put a reference to it, kind of like in Rust. I mean, I don't know how they do that here, but the reference would be a pointer, basically, without the whole nullability issue of pointers, right? Yeah, I don't really see the explicit benefit of doing this, honestly. Let me see. Okay, I was looking at Odin. It says that you need to explicitly shadow variable to modify it. I don't really see the benefit of this if the parameter is copied. A local variable x initialized with parameter. After that point, the parameter binding is shadowed. The new look is mutable, so distinguishes immutable parameter bindings from mutable local state. It should be visually intentional. Copying is dangerous. This comes from a few incoming values. Can be used mentally as input, iteration, and just with, I guess. Count. Okay, but yeah, all it's really doing is just because I don't see any actual like semantic benefit to this other than like it just encourages programmer to like see it, you know. But other than that, like I don't see any actual semantic differences. Yeah. Yeah, like I my language, I have pointers, not nullable by default, not nullable by default. I'll say opt not, yeah, I would say not nullable by default. Pointers, these are used to denote a reference to an object. Mutability is denoted similarly to Odin versus oh. And I have optional, yes, using question mark, similar to Zig or Kotlin. Yeah, okay. It's just lazy me separated. Yeah, okay. It's more for value types. Can I reassign pointer? Can I mutate? Both of these doing this. Group binding can change bindings. And the pointed to object mutate. Is this? Oh, wait a second, actually. I just thought about that. How do I... Yeah, periodic arguments are kind of scary. I don't know. I'm gonna see how much I really want to support that, to be honest. I kind of like Zig's approach of it just being a tuple, rather than directly supporting periodic arguments like C. But it is fair, like... That's... I'm kind of thinking if I want to introduce a mute keyword, but then if I do, that changes a lot of the semantics of these things. I don't know. I'll see. I definitely don't want to have to change the syntax between what is it called? Parameters and like single statement declarations. It should be the same. I think that's just a reasonable request. It would be annoying to have to keep context switching. Procedure can return any number of results. Yeah, I mean, it's fine. Periodic. I already have like a idea for that. Periodic parameters. Yeah, I don't like that as an idea. Although, yeah, this as a thing is very nice. Dot. This basically expands the array or tuple or whatever. That's fine. Named results. Assigning default values to neutral as possible. Yeah, I disagree with that for sure. I get what you're going for with this, but that's I don't know. I just find that confusing. Maybe I have to get used to it, but I don't like that. When calling a procedure, it's not clear in which other numbers might appear. If other names can be named, like default values. Yeah, no, I don't like default values. We're not doing that. But it provides the ability to explicitly overload procedures. Oh, okay. Oh, that's interesting. Still, it does still kill the whole it does still kill the whole like single name leads to like single function thing. So, I mean, regardless, even if you do it like this, you still have that issue, but in this case I wouldn't do this, but the structure is still the same with that idea I had for something else. Huh. That's neat. Rock. I find that very cool that you have like quaternions and all of this like math stuff already defined in the standard. I want to do the same thing. Have one definition of them, and then everyone uses those. Type inference, yep. Explicit conversion. Yeah, sure. used to do the same thing, cast it to that type, and then, oh, I don't know if I like that syntax though. Between two types of the same size, transmute and transmute. Okay. Yeah, it's basically just type punning. If possible. Untyped types. Have a certain things referred to a type. Oh, they have a explicit type just for like untyped types. For example, the type exists within the domain of X such that A is F describes a module interface. Oh, nice. Nice. What is this Wikipedia page? I might read this. The programming consists of purpose of type systems, reduce bugs, overview, fundamentals, or associated dependent type, optimization, type errors, type checking, static type checking. Yeah, that's gross. Type checking. Running weak systems, temper safe. Clear optional type checking, polymorphism and types. Yep, there's all that. Okay, some first injection, intersection. Okay. Exists within, recursive, okay. Visual typing. Okay, I might want to read through this probably at some point. Maybe. Question mark. Let's see. Yeah, we run Odin. Huh. Untyped types. It must have some metadata though. Built-in constants, values, and procedures. String iteration. Just null terminated, zero terminated. So constant literal. Yeah, I mean that's fair. I don't know if I want a C string type. Kind of hate it. Not gonna lie. Kind of hate it. So what is a string anyways? Okay. Comparison, and they have a whole bunch of options. Yeah, that's fine. Ternary, they have okay, about ternary. Or else, or return, or continue. This is always interesting. Or else, fixed binary that allows fine. As for certain expressions with optional case semantics. Is whatever the value is, or else. Yeah. Reasonable. Turn. I kind of like these, but I'll see where I did them in my semantics. What's that? Operators, integer overflow. I don't like this default behavior. I remember Zig is more specific about this casting stuff, but name type with another thing. As for the creation of a new type, same underlying semantics. Aggregate types always be distinct. Yep. No when name is interesting. Distinct alias of a type. Yep. Because again, like Ada takes this a step further. I kind of like Ada's way of doing this. So I might look at that more. Fixed arrays. I kind of don't like that dynamic arrays are built directly into the language, but I do need a way to make dynamic arrays more clean. So I still want you to specifically, I want you to specify when you initialize the memory, underlying memory for a dynamic array, but it shouldn't be like a big battle to like I think Zig takes it too far, where every single allocation requires an allocator. I think that's a little obnoxious, I'm not gonna lie. It's just for usability. Just I don't know. Swizzle. Things can still hold state. We're doing procedural programming, you know. It's fine. Swizzle. That's cool. Yeah. Slices. Yep. Yeah. I would probably just specify a range, honestly. I guess this is their range syntax. It's fine. I don't know why they need to be distinct syntax. No slices. Zero value of a slice is nil. I don't like that. I get for usability, it's cool, but I think if you're going to have something as optional, it should just be optional. Writing the optionalness of it directly into the type makes it confusing what things are optional. It's like the same thing with Java. So slices. Yeah, I mean, fine. I get what he's doing here. It's kind of doing more of a like UFCS kind of, or like C style way of doing this. It's fine. I hate this. Again, I get what you're doing with this, but I hate it. inject sign to. Yeah, yeah. This is just data structure stuff. That's fine. I definitely agree more with Zig on this part. Resize reserved with the dynamic array. Yeah, okay. Capacity, sure. Enums, yeah. I think Odin has the best enums that I've seen. Yeah, the fact that you can do enumerated arrays is amazing. That's like such a helpful feature. And I think this plus the subtyping from Ada is gonna go crazy. Like, yeah. Bit sets. Where's the... Ah, I see. Yeah, no, I got you. So then you can use your bit sets for like flags. Yeah. I mean, this is essentially just a bit set. Like, it's essentially just a enumerated array. But I guess you get more functionality because you can do all these union operations and stuff. But yeah, you could get the same sort of functionality with a subtype system, and then that could be more usable in general. Yeah, I totally agree with Odin's pointers, except for the syntax, but yeah. Except for the, oh, actually, no, yeah. Well, I don't know if this implies nullability, though. That's the only thing I disagree with. Are Odin pointers nullable? Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. It's just a C pointer basically. A struct is a record type. Yep. Pointer. Yep. And you can list just a subset of the fields if you want to specify. Yeah. It's fine. I have a similar syntax for that. Leave her. You can define a struct directly in. Before I used to not be a fan of that, but now I kind of am. What's up with the underscore here? All or none. This prevents partial initialization, or by requiring it is either all the fields are specified or none of the fields specified. I get what you're doing with that. But yeah, I feel like you could just use subtypes for that. That would solve it too. Strict fields can be tagged with a string literal. Okay, you do core reflect on it. Yep, you have a union. Switch statement. Oh, they do have type switch statements, huh? Type of. Yeah, I kind of noticed that as I'm going through Odin, a lot of things are like magically nil. Like, I forget there was one of the example at the beginning. I know the pointers are nullable, whatever. Um, there's something else at the top that was nullable too. I forget which one it was, but yeah, I don't know. It feels like we're going into Java land. Except, you know, Java makes you force everything into a what is it called? I forget the pattern for nullability in Java, but yeah. The entire nil related to unions is garbage. I just feel like if you're making something optional, just make that explicit. You know? Yeah, and then yeah, I don't know. I don't like some of these directives too. But yeah, that's more of a me thing. 0, this one doesn't allow you to set values of union tags, only then doesn't allow you to set values of union tags, only then nil can be valid if 0 is reserved. Oh, like he needed like a default case because of like that restriction. Yeah. Maybe. Yeah, you have to opt into no nil. What? Hmm. Well, I don't know. I'll see what the semantics of my unions are gonna look like though. But yeah, I don't like these like tags changing the behavior like this. A map maps keys to values. The 0 value is nil. Yeah, there's nil here too for maps, huh? I don't know. Like, I would say just make this a like a library. I mean, I get why like keys have to be like unmodifiable, especially if you're iterating or whatever. That's how that works. But yeah, you just make it a container or something inside a library. Then you can enforce that with the API to enable compound literals for maps. I get why arrays and slices need to be directly in, like something as complicated as a map. I feel like should have its own thing. Standard container solves, dynamic array. Yeah, I also kind of don't like how dynamic array is a default type too. Yeah, I'm kind of going back and forth about the you know how Jai and Odin have the implicit context pointer. I'm kind of debating that adds a whole bunch of like extra stuff, but the convenience you get from that is nice. I would say if you did use a container that needed a underlying memory allocator, it would be convenient to be able to just have the context for that. But I like having an explicit like init location where the where you could inject the where you have to inject the allocator. I don't know if I would go as far as like Zig, where you have to have like a allocator for every single allocation, like on hand or whatever. I get the benefit of that too, but I don't know. Is a record type in Odin that is akin to a bit fact? Oh yeah, but I'm almost done reading through most of the languages. Well, not most of them, but like the languages I wanted to look at. So I'm gonna go back to coding soon. It's gonna be nice. Bitfill is an archetype that is akin to a pact struct. Bitfill is not going to fit set as different semantics. Use cases bitfills are just by using the dot operator. Let me see. Oh, I got a copyright notice on my YouTube. Oh, did I get kicked off? Let me see. It's kind of far along in the stream, huh? My stream got suspended. Okay, yeah. I wonder what the copyright was for. They did. They saw me talking shit, dude. Yeah. No one can stop Language Debate Club. You can't take us down. But yeah, I guess I've been taken down though. All right, well, I guess I'll end